Okay. So here we go. We are live on Twitter and YouTube. Let me do a recap of what our plan for the day is. Wait, where did I... Oh, did I not do the today command? Whoops. All right, so let me grab it from here. So yeah, we need to go through all the benchmarks and fixtures. That is our number one most important thing to do today because we're trying to launch GitBench. Probably not tomorrow because the benchmarks take a long time to run, but probably by Monday. Monday, Tuesday kind of thing. So yeah, or at least like for a preview kind of thing. So yeah, we're going to get GitBench out there, but we got to vet the tests, make sure what we're doing makes sense. And we can probably turn a clanker loose on analyzing some of that too, but we want to do it like kind of by hand as well. So yeah, we're going to do that. I still need to work on the email, like CTA capture BS thing. I got to work on the analysis, like PDF document you're signing up for from that. I got to work on the blog post for announcing it. And I'm thinking if we get it vetted enough, we can do, like, eventually we'll do, like, the Hacker News, Twitter posts, all that bullshit. And then from there, maybe we even do, like, a product hunt launch. I don't see any reason why not. So, yeah. That's what our plan for the day is. So, yeah. Wait, did I do the today command? Damn it, I keep forgetting to do that part. Yeah, today space at done. All right. So yeah, I really need your help. All right, we're gonna go to Get Kraken's GitBench thing. Let's just switch on over. That's the wrong sound effect. It should have been a happy one, you know? All right, so here in the repo, fixtures. I probably should have had that in our today command, so hold on. There we go. All right, so we updated that with a proper link. Let me refresh the Twitter chat, just because the WebSocket dies after leaving it off for a day. And yeah, so that is the directory. So if anyone wants to jump in and maybe start looking at some of these things, that would be really helpful. Like, you know, we could divide and conquer. You don't need to start from the top. Pick any one of these things that you think is interesting to you. And are we testing it properly? I don't know. Let's find out. So yeah, we're getting towards the end of this album. Let's pump up the jams. Pump them up. And let me pour some tea. Let me finish off my Red Bull. And yeah, so let's do that first step. So also, I got an instance of GPT 5.5 running. It's on the structured output right now. So it's finishing up with the last version of it, right? Extra high, and that's fine now. What we want to do is a full-on exploration. So my thought here is we're going to do codex. We've got plenty of our weekly left. What we want to do right here is open spec, explore, right? While this is doing, it's going to create the plan, the specification, some of that stuff, right? We want it to create like a much deeper plan, and the only like output we care about is I guess it could be a markdown file, right? But we just want it to analyze every single benchmark, and we want kind of like one by one evaluations of each thing, right? Right? So something like that. We're going to kick off the explore. And in the meantime, I just noticed that typo in our today command. I don't know if I care that much. I really don't know if I care that much. That's how you know AI didn't write it, right? At least until people start saying like, "Oh, an AI leave some non-obvious typos throughout the code to make it seem, or throughout the prose to make it seem like AI didn't write it." Boom, nailed it, right? All right, so that thing's going to kick off. All it needs to do is create a plan. All right, so yeah, it shouldn't be doing the analysis just yet. It should be setting up an idea of what the analysis should be. So now, while that's kind of kicking, let's just double check and spin some of this up too. All right, so what we did here was we iterated on the validity of our documentation within GitBench. Provide an internal score. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's actually a good fix. Let's double check everything. Nope. All right, so then we'll kick off the next thing here. Sure, we'll update. Why not? Actually, no. Let's not update yet. And this is why everyone hates Homebrew. It's just a bad script. Like it doesn't stop when you try to stop it. Right? It's just bad scripting. This is why the Homebrew dude couldn't get a job at Google, because he's actually kind of a bad engineer. Right? There's no reason this script should be unstoppable, you know? In fact, it should have a, oh, did the user do a Control-C? Well, let me roll back the things I just did. Right? It's just bad engineering. Right? Let alone, have you guys seen how Homebrew like stores casks and whatever they call them? Formulas, I guess. I forget what they call them. It's just all in a GitHub repo. In a really gross way. I can't remember. Is Homebrew the one that does the like the hexadecimal like bucketing? I think it's in here. Yeah. Oh, it's not even hexadecimal. It's just, what does it start with? It's even worse. So it's not even like an even lookup table, right? So the bucketing of these things, like certain folders are going to be way bigger. And yeah, this is it. This is how Homebrew does the entire database. Gross, right? That's it. That's it. It's yeah, it's pretty gross, dude. At least CocoaPods did some like hash mapping kind of stuff. No, wrong one. CocoaPods used to. Ah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. At least this is hex. And at least it's doing proper like hashing to get these things into like the right like nested folders. It's still pretty gross. But at least the folders remain like a reasonable size. And you might wonder, why is that important? The speed of indexing and things like that. So at least CocoaPods does it right. But CocoaPods is like even older than Homebrew, and they got it right. It's not perfect, but at least like, dude, you got the versioning in here too. So you get like historical data. I forget how Homebrew does like, oh, you want to install like an older version. I don't even know if they allow you to do that with Homebrew. I think that's just something they don't allow. They just detect if you're out of date, and that's it. So theoretically, Homebrew might be the worst supply chain vulnerability. But there's less of a scope because people are updating less frequently. Whereas, like, you know, npm install runs every day, multiple times per day on most people's machines. in CI/CD, right? You don't really do much with homebrew in CI/CD, so yet another place where homebrew's maybe a little safer as a supply chain problem, but I don't know about that. I just don't know about that. But yeah, just once again, right? There was this story like 2015 or 16 or something where the homebrew dude interviewed at Google and they passed on him because he couldn't invert a binary tree or something like that. But here's my hunch. They actually looked at how homebrew works and they were trying to hint to him that he should be doing some kind of like hash mapping, like data structure stuff with how the casks are stored. Right? Like, do you think the person that interviewed him was like, oh, I wonder if he'll get it? And he just didn't get it. Right? Like, how do you create a balancing tree? He can't solve that. Well, obviously, I've seen the source code of homebrew. You know? Anyway, not trying to roast him that hard. I just think it's funny. Like, we just saw yet another reason why homebrew is just kind of meh. You accidentally kick off homebrew and realize you don't want to, there's no stopping it. Once that train's left the station, that's it. There's no rollback. Like, it's just funny. Every time I think homebrew can't get any worse, they pull me back in. But we all just accept it. Yeah, exactly, Plushmaster. Like, they could determine that I hit Control-C during the process, right? Well, I mean, technically they can't because they don't stop the process. But if they did, yeah, the logical thing would be, oh, the user canceled this thing and did so halfway through stuff. Let me just roll back everything I changed. They don't do that at all, whatsoever. If you kick off a brew, like a homebrew update, good luck. Good luck. Yeah. I'm wondering if it's a sub-process problem. Like, if they're farming out, like, the upgrading process to, like, a sub-process that they're just not, like, managing properly. So they're not intercepting, or they're not, like... Even if the sub-process were to complete, like, the parent process should be able to determine that the user exited, tried to quit before it finished. It should be able to know that it can roll back, or that it should roll back. I don't know. It's weird, man. It's just weird. But is that important? Well, I don't know. It just hints that if they haven't thought about that, there's so many other things they haven't thought about either. Yeah, exactly, four wheel. Exactly. Even if they're sub-processing out another part that really, like, you know, they can't stop as well, I mean, they should be able to stop it. But maybe, like, it causes so many bugs to stop that sub-process that maybe they just let the sub-process work and then roll it back. I could see that. I could understand that a little bit. But again, it's just bad engineering. It's just bad programming. Right? It feels like there's so little thought put into how homebrew works. And they have no desire to change it or improve it. Even though they're trying to build like a full-on business around it these days. Right? Have you guys seen that? There's like a homebrew Like, I could have sworn they were spinning up like an actual business around this stuff. But maybe I'm wrong on that. I guess I'm wrong on that. I don't remember why I got that into my head that they were. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I swear they like sponsored some shit and had like a service of some kind, but I don't remember what that was. And it's definitely not mentioned here. So yeah, I must be thinking of something else. But okay, so at least for this, yeah, that's right. We were gonna do this codex. This one. Okay, so it already did the assessment. Let's go look at it then. Okay, so we see some high priority fixture defects, and it's really just a few. So this is nice. It is a pin. I was given it by it was given to me by CJ Coding Garden. So I was a co-MC for JS Nation, and he was too. And yeah, I got like a whole little thing of pins. I don't remember where I put those because there's some good ones in there. But yeah, it's a syntax pin. CJ's the man. Oh, am I thinking of Work Brew? Oh, hold on. Ah, that's it. That's the business they're spinning up around it. That makes way more sense. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's a solid match. Yep. Like I was wearing this beanie that day. Yeah, yeah, thank you. But okay, yep, good call, good call. I would hope they're hiring for engineering to fix homebrew. 200K is not unreasonable for a fully remote gig. Yeah, okay. So for anyone looking, these are not early career gigs. And I would expect if you check all these boxes and you live anywhere in like a high cost of living area, that you are probably better off getting a better job. Dude, 8 years professional full time experience with all this stuff. Unless you are out in like the middle of nowhere, I don't know if the 200K is worth it. Right? Like you'd have to live somewhere that's way out there where, like, a lot of the companies that are trying to do return to office wouldn't even consider you. At that point, a 200K fully remote gig in a really low cost of living area is pretty awesome. So yeah, basically, ooh, and that's a big thing. They hire in other countries. So as long as it's a country that Oyster supports, right? Well, shit. I hate their scroll hijacking smooth scroll bullshit. But that's kind of cool, man. Yeah, the employer of record thing. That's pretty worth it. That's yeah, this is a good product. That's smart. Good job, Oyster. But yeah, so basically, if you are a pretty experienced, yeah, the world is your oyster if it's supported. I think that's like where the name comes from, actually. Yeah, so that's genius. But yeah, at this point, yeah, anyone in other countries looking for a gig, not a bad idea. Okay, so back to the analysis here. All right, just want to check one thing. Okay, anyway. Wait, what's pipe drive? I don't know if I've ever heard of that. Is that in like the careers stuff? Ah, okay. I'm guessing Pipedrive is like a Salesforce competitor, probably worse than Salesforce. Interesting. That's pretty hard to do. Is it like, is it worse than PeopleSoft? Have you ever dealt with PeopleSoft? It is worse than PeopleSoft? Yikes. Yikes. Dude, I did some work for, like, you know, I was at an agency or whatever, but our team did some work for CBRE for their, like, European commercial real estate stuff. And the entire project was basically just abstracting over PeopleSoft because PeopleSoft fucking sucked to work with. It's really funny, actually. Like, companies will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just for a better experience over PeopleSoft, but still using PeopleSoft because migrating is way more expensive. It's just funny. Yeah, exactly. Migrating would be way worse. And honestly, it's just like you just need a place to store the data. That's it. But improving the experience for the people that actually have to work with it ends up being valuable. And if you really do think about it, even if it was like, let's call it 300K, I'm not sure what the actual like billing was. I don't remember what the hours were. But let's just call it, it cost them 300K. At 300K, it's actually crazy how quickly you can save that much money from not having to like churn employees because they're miserable working with something like PeopleSoft. Because the cost of training a new employee is easily like 2 to 3 months salary for every new hire. You know, which is why so many companies will pay for like good like recruiting and things like that. Like, you know, various people have collected like $10,000-$15,000 paychecks just for referring a good employee that lasted over a year, kind of thing. Because the cost to the company is easily 3 times that. Especially when you consider the amount of like time and energy it takes to interview people, right? To onboard them, right? The amount of like people that get diverted doing that stuff. It's pretty interesting how like the cost of churn is so high, but it's also funny that like so many companies know this and then still churn because there might be a better cost benefit analysis towards like, oh, well, if we gave everyone sensible raises, like 10%, that would cost us way more, right? At a large enough company. At even like 100 employees, like that cost goes way up. You're better off churning 2 to 3 people per year minimum, you know? There's some weird economics to all this shit. That's kind of funny. That makes sense, Exalted Prime. Yeah, I was talking with Matt Billman, the guy from Netlify, and he like built out their entire like go-to-market like CRM kind of stuff too, which is interesting. Like, you know, he had been paying for multiple different like software as a service providers, but like Netlify is getting like 15,000 new customers a day or some shit like that, like crazy scale. I forget, maybe it's per month. I forget the exact time frame, but I remember that 15,000 number being like, whoa. Like, you know, like, whoa. So yeah, for them it just made sense because they needed something specific to their process anyway, specific to like identifying the right customers to like reach out to for upsells and enterprise bullshit and whatever. So yeah, it was just really interesting hearing his story about like the why about that and like how he did it and some of that stuff. That is one of the coolest things about conferences, man. Like you have the opportunity to talk with people like that in a way that you'll never have, and it's like more like close, and like you get to hear details that can't make it into a tweet. It's really cool. You own a telecom company. Oh, cool. Yeah, my parents were in telephony. Yeah, my mom helped write number portability for the 1-800 system, and my dad designed SMS 800 back in 1989. I'm sure SMS 800 is no longer like the thing that routes 1-800 numbers, but at least back then that's what it was. So yeah, that's cool. What were the company names that they operated under? There was Utilect Corporation and ProCubed. And then I think they had another company before those called Teleconsultants. So depending on how long you've been in telecom, you might be familiar. I am indirectly responsible. Yes, exactly. I take the blame. My bad. My bad. I apologize. Son of a teleconsultant. Okay. Well, the clanker clanked, but didn't do it the way I wanted it to. And then hold on, let me read this other thing. Okay, you pay $175 for Microsoft email and their simplistic license fees. For 5 emails, it's $175 a month. For you, you're okay since you host everything else on your core with your 5G core servers. Sure. But okay, so we're gonna do another open spec explore. We need to look at the docs/benchmark fixture assessment. So FP Jesta. First of all, I was like, fuck this. I'm avoiding tech and being a snowboarder. But in the end, my genes were destined to be in the tech industry or for the tech industry. I don't know about that, FP Jesta. The way I looked at it was I was a shit student. Like I can ace the tests and I typically did ace my tests. But I rarely did my homework and I would because you get rubrics, you can see what percentage of your grade is what. And I would just simply go based off that, like halfway through the trimester, which is what we had in high school here. halfway through the trimester, I'd just look at my grade and be like, well, yeah, if I did 0 homework from here on out, what do I need to get on my tests to pass the class? Oh, if I got 50% on every test, I'd be good. Well, yeah, I'm not doing any homework. And then boom. I even did that in fucking college. But what it meant was I was not going to get into any universities. There's no fucking way. So community college was gonna be the thing I had to do if I wanted to get an education anyway. And at that point, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I know I wanted to get into programming in some way, but, and bless my mom's heart, she bought me an XML book from the Microsoft like bookstore at one point. A book purely about XML. And I started reading that. And the further I got into it, the more I realized, oh, I don't know if this is for me. And then it further solidified, yeah, I'm going to go snowboard for a while. And then I started, because I've always been curious about this shit anyway, and I already knew HTML, CSS, JavaScript lightly from just making website shit, right? GeoCities, MySpace. I did some action scripting in Flash a little bit just for fun. Tech just seemed really approachable and easy, like especially the web. Like I had already learned the basics of all that shit. So yeah, why not just go into that? And I knew I wanted to be entrepreneurial at some point, and I knew I wouldn't be able to pay other people to do so. Yeah, MySpace customization really did like inspire so many like devs. Like Jason Langsdorff even like quotes like how he was making like band pages, right? For like his band and other bands, right? He'd do their styling on their MySpace page, he'd do their like homepage bullshit. That was his start into the industry. And yeah, it does look like my H key is failing. It's actually my U key is even worse. But somehow it didn't fail on this iteration. But yeah, the H and the U are failing. I just need to clean this keyboard. It's gross. But yeah, good choice to be honest. I'm living good. Yeah. I mean, I'm not rich, but I basically don't have to like think about money. You know? Like I need a job still. I gotta stay employed. But as long as I'm employed, if I'm hungry for sushi, I don't want to spend $60 on it, I'm not gonna sweat about it. Whereas back when I was a snowboard bum, $60 for one meal? Hell no. No. Not gonna happen. Nope. 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 Ooh, there you go, Bob. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, ooh, how do I get around them blocking me downloading these photos? Yeah, exactly, dude. Inspect element. That's the root of all hacking right there. All right, so we need to look at the docs benchmark fixture assessment MD file and create a plan for fixing things. I want you to grill me about each action item. All right, so we're going to do another OpenSpec Explorer. All right, so then that's kicking off. How's this one doing? This one's just going to be an open spec apply, and hold on. Oh, and hold on. Who was that said they love OpenSpec? That was Memphis, right? Yeah, I like it too. I somehow got myself into a state where we have like twice as many skills than we should, or as we should. And yeah, what up, Alstor? Okay. Oh, is that the spam call thing? Ah, makes sense. Oh, an Exalted Prime. Wasn't sure if you heard the stuff I was saying earlier about my parents. You might have stepped away. Just double checking. I'm going to assume you're not aware of any of the work they did, which is fine. You know, it's 40 years ago now, or 30 years ago. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. All right, cool. So apply change. Oh, really? Oh, no way. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think I'm a little fuzzy on what SMS 800 was. To me, or at least like the part my dad worked on with SMS 800 was, like he designed the mainframe system, right? So like the whole 3 locations separated by 300 miles each, you know, for redundancy stuff and solving the glitch. I told this story the other day. I don't mind telling it again. We got the clanker clanking. So basically, yeah, I'll tell this story. I think it's a fun one. Right, my dad designed this system. It was super expensive, right? Giant mainframes. They had things like Samsung solid state memory in there, which I don't think that's technically a precursor to SSDs, but it was RAM that would be stable while the machine was turned off, kind of stuff, right? I'm guessing there was just some like like latent power to keep it from like flushing. But anyway, there was a bug. There was a glitch. One of the nodes, the one in Oklahoma, just kept going down consistently, like every day, just a little after 9 a.m. And no one could figure out why. They looked at logs, they looked at, the telemetry. Like, this is back in 89, so some of that stuff was a little less robust than we're used to right now. And my dad, at one point, went quantum, right? And he describes it, I don't know. He describes it as something weird. To me, it's basically like, oh, he was thinking without words, and he was able to visualize the entire system in a way that it was like so fast that, like, yeah, thinking without words ends up being really quick, because you're no longer slowing yourself down with that like conscious process. So he went quantum and realized what the bug had to be. There's no other way this could possibly be happening, and the way it was happening, like, it kind of made sense. So he called up, the technician that was responsible for, sitting there, being on call not 24/7, but like 9 to 5 at the, at the mainframe, basically, at like the data center, or whatever you want to call it. He called him up and he said, hey, walk me through your process. What do you do every day? Right? Well, I tend to just like, sit at the machine. We've been debugging this issue, so it's been like not a standard workflow or whatever. And my dad's like, no. I want to know everything you do. Every single thing you do first thing in the morning, starting from when you like get into the parking lot. Oh, okay. So then he starts going through it, right? Get in, clock in, grab my coffee, maybe BS a little bit with the receptionist. And then, I go in, I turn on the machine, and that's when like the issues start happening. We just start seeing like, a bunch of errors just within like less than a minute, just like, oh my God, everything breaks. And my dad goes, wait. What do you mean turn on the machine? Well, it's a computer. You turn computers off at night, right? No, this is a mainframe. It does not get turned off. Yeah, dude. That was the bug. The technician in Oklahoma City or Oklahoma somewhere was turning the mainframe off every night. Now, the 1-800 system was working flawlessly because there were two other nodes separated by 300 miles that would just keep kicking along while the other node was off. And then when that technician would turn the machine back on, these other two nodes would be like, oh my God, there's so much you missed over the past 16 hours. Here's the list. Here's every single thing we've done. That way you can like, have your logs reconcile with ours and all that stuff. And then it was basically the stampeding herd problem. Yeah, so it's non-volatile. Exactly. Yeah, in loose terms, it could be considered a very early SSD. That's what I say too, but someone corrected me previously. Yeah, this is macOS. Sorry there, Alsor. But yeah, who hired that technician? Exactly. Probably someone's nephew, right? So yeah, that was the glitch. And the problem existed between a keyboard and a chair. But yeah, my dad tells that story way better than I do. Be wary of people who BS with the receptionist? I mean, maybe. I don't see anything wrong with it. She could have been cute. And keep in mind, I think the BS with receptionist is like an embellishment or just like, like a detail I've kind of added to it. Don't put a switch on the mainframe. Unplug only. And protect that plug with locks and shit. But yeah, just fun stuff. Fun stuff. But yeah, because of that, in our household, computers never get turned off. Never. Why would you do that? Yeah, they were doing something. It probably wasn't like a legit on off switch. I don't know. That's probably another part where I'm forgetting it, but they were turning the machine off at night, and that was the entire problem. And remember, this is 1989. Yeah, there's got to be a way to power it down for sure. And that's how they were doing it. I just imagine one of those like the way I have it in my head is I'm picturing like the nuclear bunkers where they got the switch that they got to like turn the key at the same time or whatever. But it's like instead it's just like a switch where you get like a really solid like click kind of sound when you're doing it. That's what I have in my mind. Right? This is a story like this is a secondhand story. And even my dad's telling of it is probably embellished and like sensationalized a little. But it was one of those things where like they were having this issue for at least a month. All right, so real quick, hold on. Let me read your thing. You have a funny one that pertained to you as well. You were doing some work on your towers, and your engineer was at the core, and you just finished coding a huge update to the firmware. Months of debugging, phone calls, meetings with Marvell and Extensa, and finally you got your DSP done. Something switching provider? Or switching? I think the S is no. Signal processing? Never mind. No, my dad used to call them SCPs, I think, right? Service control points. That's a separate thing. Yeah. DSP is probably just digital signal processing. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Is SCP like a proper term? I think it is, right? And not like SCP like the Eldritch horror stuff. Okay, so it is a term. The SCP, yeah, that typically goes at like the towers, like the micro towers, right? Whereas you're talking about like the main tower that's like kind of like signaling out to them. All right, just making sure. Anyway, let me keep reading. You plug it in, push the update, whole thing crashes. Tower, everything. You're freaking out. Engineer is freaking out. Turns out you were injecting it in the wrong place and the tower was going down because of it. So you're saying like this is like a firmware patch that you were doing, I guess? Got it. Yeah, the dude from Marvell. Got it. Funniest human caused problem you ever had helped chase down was a receptionist whose high heels kept knocking the Cat 5 cable loose when she would tap her feet under the desk. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Hold on, let me check my email. Okay, cool. Just got my email about speaking at Commit Your Code 26. I should probably get that one out pretty soon. But okay. Servers and routers doing weird things. More stories than you can rank. Yeah, sounds about right. Hmm. Right. So, I kind of need everyone's help for this, right? So they read an assessment, checked the actual fixtures and scores, no files changed. We've got some working plans. Looks like we missed the one, but yeah, here in two. So yeah, it's really git log format F005, right? That fixture seems wrong. Right, so here, what is the benchmark supposed to test? Date range filtering only, or date range filtering plus chronological order? Right? It seems to me like we should probably expect what Git does by default, but even if we change the order of our expectation, we should be explicit about it and include the expected order in the prompt. Yeah, that feels right to me. Yeah, exactly. Man, Exalted Prime, when I see your name, all I can do is think of PoE2. But Code Drift. Hold on, I saw your sub and I forgot to respond to it. We were like deep in a conversation there. Code Drift. I don't know if you'd heard me tell that story before, but yeah, I like telling that story. But yeah, 20 whole months with this goober in a beanie. Well, wait, are you the goober in a beanie? Oh no, you wear caps. I'm the goober in the beanie. All right, just double checking. But yeah, thanks, Code Drift, Mister Sir. Let me get more music going. Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? All right. So, and hold on. Did I miss some comments? One second. Had a server that just got delivered and was asking weird. You were told to dismantle and reassemble the server as they were pretty sure something came loose during shipping. Was worth it for the pizza. I mean, that sounds pretty straightforward to me. Right? Like, what was the old, it was an issue with, like, the Apple II, I think, right? Where it would heat up, and one of, like, the things on the motherboard would, like, cause the pin to, like, expand and no longer connect. And the fix was to take the machine, pick it up, and drop it by a couple inches. You know? Yeah, shit like that happens. All right, and then hold on, let me catch up on this other one because these are fun stories. These are good. So more serious one was buying a Dell Edge server and them using a cheap Temu UPS that fried the whole server, thousands of employees out of data, and the customer's like, "How did this happen?" My buddy, who was meek and quiet, said that the server had gotten damaged by an outside source. Me, being the contractor, said, "Some dumbass bought a cheap UPS and it fried your server. Quit being cheap." Yeah, anyone out there who is buying like UPSs, you should make sure that you're getting a pure sine wave output out of those things. Otherwise, you could have dirty power like in your home, like mice chewing wires, whatever, and that dirty power will actually introduce a lot of like gnarly issues into your systems. Like entire bits of hardware will fail, GPUs, like all sorts of shit, right? Just because of like the dirty power and the spikes. So instead, you want that pure sine wave. And it's easily double the cost, but it's totally fucking worth it. Like I had some cheaper power supplies when I lived at my previous place, and that place had some really dirty power. So yeah, I went through a bunch of hardware way quicker than I should have because of it. Right? Just blown capacitors and all sorts of shit. Give you that dubstep power? No, you want that sawtooth power. You've seen an inverter catch fire because of dirty power. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want something that massages that sine wave for you. So we actually already had like an unordered test. All right, so then the next grill question. For submodule usage, right? Fixture 5. What is it with fixture 5 being broken in almost all these? Hold up. Is that a thing? Fixture 5, fixture 5. We see F10, 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 F12, F12, F12. What is it with the clanker messing up consistently at like the same numbers? Not like every time, but when it does mess up, it tends to be like numbers that match other things. That's weird, right? Is it possible these were implemented with like a jammed context? Right? There's just like too much stuff in the context and it started hallucinating. I could see that. Like every 5 fixtures or so, it begins hallucinating. But maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, maybe it is just superstitious. Well, I mean, it's not superstitious, right? It's just a little stitious. Numbers it's been trained on? Well, no, like all of these fixtures, right? We have, I believe, 12 fixtures per like benchmark suite. So like, there's an F001, there's an F002, and it goes all the way up to F012, right? So it's not necessarily like that. Like, it's going to use the numbers. I'm just wondering why it consistently, or not consistently, but there's at least some kind of pattern there. Yeah, I think that's tough there, Exalted. Like, what version of ChatGPT were you using, right? 5.5 is amazing, but if you switched before 5.5 came out, then you're dealing with stale data. That's the trickiest part about trying to be objective about these things because you're treating like your experience as like a forever truth rather than a thing that changes every month, right? Now, I don't know for sure, right? You could clarify for us. But when was the last time you like used GPT-5.5 in earnest for like the type of work you're talking about? And did you even use 5.5 or was it 5.4 or 5.3 even? Last week? Okay, so yeah, 5.5 should have been going for you then. I'm curious about your results because even like DeepSuite points out way better results from Gemini, right? Like, sure, Fable's good, but Fable's not available for everyone. But GPT-5.5 with extra high does way better than Opus 4.8 at extra high, or at max even, right? Like, they got to cheat and add another layer just to figure it out. Oh, tell it it'll get crystals? Well, I mean, it could still be doing like, it could be a little stitious in that it's using like numerology instead. The quality of the prompting? Well, I mean, here's the thing. All of these are using the same prompts. So, I don't know, like, it may be that Claude Opus prefers different kinds of prompts or whatever, but I don't know. It just seems less objective. But I do wonder if there is like some set of prompts that would put Opus above GPT-5.5 here. Like, could you do DeepSuite with different prompts or different like data sets and get inverted results? It's worth checking and trying, but I don't know. the best way to think about this is these benchmarks are not meant to be absolute truth, right? Which is why I'm not necessarily saying that the experience is incorrect that Exalted Prime had, right? But at some point, like, the benchmarks are a good enough heuristic that it should at least make us question our biases a little bit, right? Like, it's more objective than our feelings are, at least, right? It's the security aspect for you. You tried to contact OpenAI for their CVE credentials so it doesn't block you when you reverse engineer your towers that you own and have the correct credentials. You haven't heard from OpenAI, but Anthropic gave you the access. There you go. No, that makes a shitload more sense. Just right, it's not even down to the model; it's down to like the organization, and I would say that's really important. Some might be better than others at certain tasks, but yeah, that's the whole point. Like for this deep SWE task, right? This is just one benchmark, sure. And technically, what we're building with GitBench is very similar. And we did just finish running OpenAI here. If we do GitBench report, and then we go and rerun dev API here. Nope, wrong one. And what up, Fabio? How you doing? All right, so, right, this is interesting to me. We get way less variance from GPT-5.5, and it's pretty close to maxing out. So it's almost like we're going to need to figure out more complicated tests. Now, let's just do this. We're going to run a really quick Opus test. It's not going to be scientific. All right, so we'll do Opus only. We'll do a max, or hold on, let's do this. We'll do a low, or a none, a medium. No, we'll just do the two. All right, we'll do none and max. Fuck it. Why not? So then, yeah, let's do this. All right, so this one's going to take a little bit, and I'm okay with that. So then let me double check. What did I miss chat-wise? If you're hitting built-in guardrails, that's a completely different issue. Your prompting does not matter until your level of access is changed. It just happened that Claude was better at reverse engineering, but maybe performs worse at coding, as in accordance with the benchmarks. And that's possible. Yeah, I could see that, Didev. Yep. So Claude, however, did really good at longer tasks with updates / goal and memory updates. If you don't tell Claude or any AI to update or reference its memory so it doesn't hallucinate, it will start repeating and hallucinating. Sure. Yeah. You found that 4.7 is actually better? Yeah, I don't know. We're not going to run every model right now. We would end up doing that here in a bit, but I just wanted to like show this because I think it's interesting. Right? Branch cleanup. 50%. 41%. These are things that other models do just fine, right? So it's not like to blame the prompt is to misunderstand what I think is important here. And that importance is that, like, dude, if the model's good, it should be able to handle a variety of prompts, you know? It shouldn't be a you're holding it wrong kind of situation. To me, that still screams that the model is not as good as people think it is. So yeah, we ran GPT 5.5, and 5.5 is consistently like the highest scorer on all this stuff. So this is not actually that surprising. The fact that it's like so like tight with its tolerances of like none to extra high, and the fact that none ends up being better than low somehow is crazy, right? With the JSON, extra high, low, and medium do a better job, sure. But again, counterintuitively, the JSON output is worse for OpenAI than it is for just raw text output. It's slightly better for Laguna. It's worse for Flash, slightly better for Nemotron, and way better for Devstral. So depending on the model you're using, the output ends up mattering a lot more, which is based on prompting, right? So I'm not saying like prompting isn't going to have a difference, but the fact that prompting has that much of a difference is interesting. Like, I don't know, there's something about that. And it has to do with like how it was trained and all that BS. So yeah, we're going to keep running this because we do want to get, you know, Opus and or Opus, None, and Max like fully tested just for the sake of having that data in there because I think it's interesting. Now the problem is I think it still takes a bit. The last one we ran, it took like 200 minutes. It ran for like 3 hours. And that was just GPT 5.5, but that is 10 tests basically, right? So theoretically, dividing that 3 hours by 5 and then multiplying it by 2 should be a bit better. Right, so yeah, 200 divided by 5, that's 40, times 2, 80. All right, so we should see something within the hour. Not within, but like just past an hour. And that's assuming that Opus is slower at doing this stuff than GPT is. And yeah, this is where we get some other really interesting stuff going, right? You can start to select for like intelligence or token usage as like the cost versus token usage. Or let's just do like intelligence versus token usage, right? The winner, 98 is its like quadrant score or whatever. So I think, which one is it? Yeah, the best would be lower token usage and higher intelligence. And this one gets way up there as far as like the available range we got. So somehow, right? GPT-5.5 is expensive, but hold on, intelligence versus cost. Well, okay, yes, it's still more expensive than we would have thought. This is because we're technically running the absolute cheapest models and ones that we know are cheap. There are other cheap models that we know are actually way more expensive than the GPT-5.5 and Opus ones. So yeah, like we have at least a few things for our analysis that we can start like writing and condensing and getting ready for, you know, the doc that we got to present. Because yeah, this whole BS thing, get bench updates in your inbox. Well, no, that's not how this works. We're only going to do a single, like one-off. Hey, here's the results. Here's our current analysis. We should probably add like when the analysis was done to this, right? That way people can see like, oh, there's a new one. That could be kind of cool. Oh, that would be really cool. We could measure, or we could like, when they join the list, and I haven't verified any of this, but when they join the list, ooh, yes, nice, it nailed it on that part, right? They do the submission. Maybe we store something in local storage. That way we know when the user last subscribed to this. And then we can use that value versus like our latest analysis value. And if it's been updated, we show them a different CTA. We did want to do it to where it's like a quarterly like review kind of thing, which would be kind of cool. I still think that would be valuable, but we don't necessarily want to over-engineer that part yet. So yeah, just double check in. Dude, 25% on commit squash. Yeah, dude, Opus is stupid. At least at the things we're trying to measure. And it's just so counterintuitive. All right, so yeah, back to this step. So should the benchmark require the exact commit message, add lib submodule for the submodule usage, or should it only require that the submodule was added and committed? Right? For the submodule question, I agree. We should test that the module was created properly. Yeah, right? We may need to rethink how we score a test that's looking for get modules, lib, etc. I at least want it to verify. It could correct me if I'm wrong. All right, so then for the second question. Should it require the model to commit the submodule change in one commit, or is submodule exists and the repository ends in a committed clean state enough? Let me double check. So hold up. Wait, what? The actual training data. A sample for a conversation may be a task broken into multiple subtasks. In general, those training samples will have, for example, 2 to 4 subtasks. They won't be training on conversation with 10 plus subtasks. So when you exceed that 2 to 4 range, it's outside of what it's trained to, so quality degrades. No, that's maybe you're misunderstanding 646. Deep SWE is specifically for long-term tasks, right? Long-term agentic coding. Right? Long horizon engineering. So at this point, I think this is exactly the kind of test you're looking for, 646. Right? You're thinking about like SWE bench, right? Or SWE bench, or whatever you want to call it. You're thinking about some of the other stuff. This is a newer creation, and it is specifically for longer agentic coding, right? Which theoretically means many more tasks. Now, how do we verify that? Well, I guess we should probably figure it out. And yeah, we should be using Harbor. What is Peer? That's their own thing. So it's built specifically for Deep SWE. Got it. So yeah. Harbor compatible at least. So yeah, the next set of benchmarks that I want to build are probably going to be Harbor compatible. I don't know what those benchmarks are going to be, but they will be Harbor compatible. Let's get some more music going. Should we go crunchy or chill? What do y'all think? I want to hear this album. This one's good. It's a little crunchy. We can switch to chill after it if you want. And morning, Iriel. How you doing? Okay. Yeah, so formatting should not be the skill, except common file block variants like main pie. and per file fenced code blocks. Then compare exact resolved contents. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I think I like its approach here. DOS prompt chat box. Yeah, this is probably closer to PowerShell. Maybe what iReal's thinking is it feels more like the BIOS window or the BIOS like UI, and that's why they're thinking DOS. Because it feels a little bit like the BIOS UI as well. Damn, we are burning through our context on this one. Oh yeah, mixed case. Well, I mean, there's lowercase in BIOS UI. DOS allows mixed case as well. Doesn't it? Yeah. No. I'm specifically talking about like BIOS. Hold on. No, I know what you're talking about there. But DOS was never blue. Ooh, we are seeing here, at least like in something this old, there was not lowercase. Yeah, am I just misremembering that? No. See, yeah. The award BIOS is the one I'm most familiar with, and it did have lowercase. All right. I just wanted to double check. You were about to blow my mind that like my memory wasn't remembering that correctly. So no, yeah. Okay, double checking. Right, to me, the UI down there reminds me most of this, but that's because I'm not much of a PowerShell user. You missed the Phoenix BIOS? Amazing firmware series? Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was the one I'm most familiar with. I know they got like the newer stuff. I was always wary of like the newer looking ones. Like they're too fancy. Like I don't trust it. What were some of the other like BIOS frameworks or firmwares or whatever. I guess just firmware. Phoenix, I feel like is the only one I remember. Oh, AMI. Oh, yeah. What did AMI BIOS look like? Oh, it's the one that had like the gray. Yeah, no, that one's good too. Yeah, I feel like Award and Phoenix are like the same thing though, aren't they? At least in the last thing we saw, it said Award and Phoenix. Yeah, exactly, the bread. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I remember reading about those too. IBM PC BIOS. Yeah, I don't know if I ever had a machine with that on it. Right, because like the AMI and like Award Phoenix ones were on like IBM compatibles, right? Because they couldn't get the fully licensed IBM BIOS. You're glad BIOS is dead? I mean, I guess flashing the BIOS was always a stressful moment, right? Whereas at least EFI makes that a little safer. Exactly. Never update BIOS during a thunderstorm. That's a lesson you have to learn yourself. No matter how many times people say it, you never realize. That makes sense, F. Yeah, you're going way over my head. I know nothing about the code or any of that stuff. Yeah, sounds about right. All right, so here we go for this. Oh, and hold on, let me do one thing because I could probably have a whiskey before we finish today. Not right now, but at some point. Okay, so seems like we'll be okay, right? Cool. So the next thing, the resolved file blocks. Should expected file contents be parsed from the existing expected string or declared explicitly in scoring.expected files? I like explicit. Yep. Okay, and yeah, that's what they're recommending. Zen of Python? Yeah, explicit versus implicit. Yep. Yeah. I don't know if that's. I'm sure that it's like in Zen of Python, and I think Zen of Python is actually older than clean code, right? And some of those things, which makes sense. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I massively prefer, and hold on, let me just do this somewhere else. Right? If you're doing something like const foo equals 42, and then you're doing like let foo num equal, right? And you do like plus foo, right? That versus like let foo float. Right? Like there's just something way more, like I know our variable naming kind of gives it away, but it wouldn't always. But the idea of just like parse float versus the unary operator, just way more valuable, you know? And technically, hold on, let's just do .2. Sure, why not? Right? Like just being able to scan and see parse float instead of possibly missing this unary operator, even if unary operator is like faster or anything, right? Like that is probably the wrong approach. Because like scannability and readability of code is far more important than some kind of micro optimization like this, until you identify that you need the micro optimization, but it's rare. The Zen of Python, give me types. Yeah, I don't know. Types are nice, but the amount of like zealotry around languages that don't have types, when you can just simply adopt defensive programming practices, you're fine. Like it was not hard to write JavaScript code back in the day before TypeScript that was still like robust, right? You handle any of the undefined and or edge cases or whatever with your guard clauses, return with an error or a sensible default, and call it good. You know, log it if you need to. It's not the end of the world. And I think sometimes forcing yourself to go through and like do that defensive programming actually forces you to think about the problem a little more too. But yes, I agree. Being able to like, you know, do a, you know, to just be able to like hit alt and then, or not alt, but like Apple key and then like go to the definition of a thing is really cool. And yes, types make a lot of that easier. So I get it. I get it. Yeah, there you go. iReal, right? So yeah, it's like doing well, hold on. Why would you need a third iReal? You would only need two. But in general, it's like const, you know, is foo is equal to, and then you do something like foo versus const is really foo. I don't know. Boolean. Boom. Right? Like it's just so explicit. I'm pretty sure you only need the two if you want to coalesce it to a Boolean. That's true. Yeah. Exactly, the bread. And there are cases where you might need that distinction. In general, if you're parsing semver as a number, you're already fucking up, though. You know? So yeah, I would say like that bug is like a problem existing between the keyboard and chair problem. Because you shouldn't be parsing semver as a number. Right? And like no number input or a lot like most things, right? Data validation wise won't allow that in a thing for explicit numbers anyway. Right? Like the number input in HTML. It won't allow a two decimal place or two decimals anyway. Even when you're dealing with like European numbers that use a period instead of a comma when doing like the order of magnitude, that would be still like an invalid number because you're missing the zeros. But yes, that does mean that you may have to implement like your own custom validation, and if you're using parse float for that, you could be messing up. You're right. They do all have like various things. And it's even like there's like the number constructor as well. I think that one fails out with other stuff too. Like, let me double check this because it's been a while since I've had to do a lot of this. Right? Like, typically you end up just getting nan with a lot of that stuff. So if we did, right? So number gives you that. Unary of, right? That gives you nan. Parse. Right. So yeah. So in this case, you'd probably be better off just going with straight number constructor for readability. I just wanted to validate that. I know I've gone through this before. So really, it's like parse float, parse int. When you validated the number ahead of time, possibly on the client or whatever, you still want to validate it on the server too. Yeah. Yeah, I think in this case, number is probably the best approach if you're going to be dealing with values that could possibly be like that. But then you get into like speed concerns, and Unary is way fucking faster. But again, like that's such a micro optimization, you probably have way better stuff to deal with in other parts of your code. And yeah, na Batman. Okay, so let's keep doing some more of this. Should file order matter in resolved file blocks? No, definitely not. All right, so we just wanted to make sure that their assessment of some of these things fits, right? Ooh. Should the scorer allow extra files in the answer? Yep. So its recommendations are feeling pretty good still so far. Yeah, so we're gonna do that part. Yeah, okay. Should per file fenced code blocks be accepted? Should we normalize trailing white space and final new lines inside each file content? Yep, again, I agree. I'm not sure I agree with this one. Hmm. Right, that subsequent proposal should have very strong validation. And Ivanov or Ivanov, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but welcome. Thank you for the follow. Okay. So now these guys. Yeah, this album's good. It's a short one though, but it's worth it. Yes, score both files. So I'm wondering, right? It's saying like for all three of these things, fixture 005, fixture 012. The reason I think those numbers line up is because they're actually using a lot of the same like setup. Right? They're basically like the same situation, but we're evaluating a different skill against it. Or a different like command. So that makes a lot more sense for why FO12 and FO05 are like not consistent, but there was some commonality of like the failure between them. That actually makes a lot of sense now. And man, we're about to hit our window. When does that window start? Oh, resets at 6 p.m. Ooh. Well, we do have credits remaining, so that's not the end of the world. All right, so yeah, for FO12, right? They all have near duplicate execution code. So yeah, that's why that number is common. So that makes way more sense. Yeah. A shared module sounds right. Maybe module, is that the right term? Right. So that shared normalizer should then be abstracting out the logic of like the grammar for titles and some of those things. Should command normalization strip froze before or after the fence block, or fail unless the whole answer is the fence block? Yeah, I think that's totally right. Yes, failing is the right move. A model that misunderstands those instructions. Oh. Should be judged accordingly. All right, so then for command equivalent scores, and ooh, that was the end of the album. Do we want to stick with something crunchy? I don't know. Via Sanctus liked that crunch, so maybe we can just stick with it. I'd be okay with that. So then, which crunchy album should we do? Ooh. Yeah, we'll do this one. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so the fencing, I think that makes sense. Yes. Apply to. Ooh, how's our GitBench run doing? We're still on the first iteration, I believe. I find it interesting. We're not seeing the token values or cost update here. It really doesn't matter for the runner. If we do look across these things, we see that one of the tests in blame forensics could be flaky, but we do see that Opus ends up improving upon branch cleanup and cherry pick and massively on git clean, massively on merge conflict resolution. Oh, and that's not the structured output. That's just more thinking, which I think is worth it. Somehow, in the rebase step, though, it got worse. And for a bunch of these other ones, with max thinking, it got worse, but then others it massively improved. Huh. Okay. And yeah, some of the tests or results that we have, right, like the things that we're going through and about to change, could end up making Opus more attractive in that way, right? But just seeing like how badly it does on some of these is really interesting to me. Like, dude, with none, it gets a 63% pass. But if we look at these others, nothing. Okay, no. Nemotron gets a 65 on its lowest score. So currently, with the same flawed tests, because we haven't changed the tests since starting this, right? Like, we're still just like evaluating what we should do. We haven't actually done any changes. Opus 4.8 with no reasoning is stupider than Nemotron Nano. And stupid is a bad term, but for lack of a better term, right? It's worse at using Git, I think is a better way to phrase that. That's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Ooh, and then, yeah, with reasoning, it gets way worse at work tree usage. Yeah. Yeah, that is just funny. All right, so yeah. Continuing along. For self-check false positives. Let me double check the doc. We may have closed it. Let me go find it again. The name of this? All right, so yeah. So the previous recommendation was too implementation shaped. Scorer aware should mean the self-check understands the effective scoring behavior, not just the raw YAML. Passing benchmark name is only one possible way to get there, but by itself it can degrade into benchmark-specific exceptions. So the current problem, right? Fixture YAML might have scoring type exact match. Self-check assumes generic exact match, false warning, but actual benchmark runtime has branch cleanup.score, custom set-based scorer. So the better framing is fixture plus benchmark, effective scoring contract, self-check rules. They revise their recommendation. Yep. Yeah, I like the registry. Okay. Yep. Yep. Nailed it. Where should those effective scoring capabilities live? In fixture self-check as an internal registry, near each benchmark scorer implementation, in a shared scoring metadata module used by self-checks and possibly docs. Okay. Yeah. Right. Option C makes sense. Should capabilities be keyed by scoring .type only or by a basic tuple of those things? Should fixture self-check continue to support being called without benchmark name? Yes, but in that mode, it should use generic scoring type capabilities and may emit conservative warnings. Suite-wide checks should pass benchmark name, so benchmark local scorers are represented accurately. This keeps existing tests/API stable while improving real fixture audits. I don't know about this one. Yeah, I don't know. I almost think I like the idea of forcing a bit of churn here. This is good vibe coding posture. Yeah, I mean, I think I just need to stretch too. Buddy. Nah, it's a thinking posture, you know? Hold on, let me double check. There's an event tonight I am probably going to. Let me double check my calendar. Yeah, so from 6 to 9. Yeah, we got plenty of time. Eh. Uh, yeah, right. We want to move that into the next proposal for sure. All right, so the prompt says hashes or commit messages for commit squash, while expected stores the commit messages and the benchmark scorer accepts either messages or live hashes. Should self check treat commit selection as a dynamic selection scorer that suppresses the generic asks for hash but expected is not hash warning? Asks for hash but expected is not hash. Looks like I may have this. When did I give that Expo AI meetup talk? That was last week. All right, so hold up. Let's read this. I'm not misunderstanding. My concern changes the decision. There are two separate issues, right? There's a dynamic target problem, right? Expected stores the stable subject. Score resolves the live hash, useful for hash-specific tasks like reflog or bisect. Right? But then there's output contract ambiguity, right? Prompt says hashes or commit messages. Expected stores messages. Scorer accepts either. Unnecessary if the benchmark really wants deterministic selected commit subjects. For commit squash, they agree, right? Prefer deterministic. The task is which commits should be squashed. Yeah. And the fixture history already displays commit subjects. Hold on. Lost my place. Okay, yeah. Asking for messages subjects gives stable readable outputs and easier audit diffs. Sure. Do not treat all commit selection as hash prompt is fine. Correct. Instead, fix commit squash to stop asking for hashes. Yep. Consider standardizing all commit squash prompts to output only commit subject lines, one per line. Right? Add scorer capability only for selection parsing, not hash permissive behavior, unless a fixture explicitly does it. Yes. All right, so should commit selection scoring reject hash only answers by default once commit squash prompts ask for commit subject lines? Yes. Once we update the output criteria, we should reject hash only answers. Right? And like, honestly, judging the LLM's ability to follow directions, right, I think is part of this. Because in general, right, when doing Git stuff, you want it to follow directions as much as possible. So yeah, I like that too. Should we standardize all commit squash fixtures? Yes. Standardize all commit squash fixtures. Should commit selection expected values stay comma separated internally, or should we migrate fixture expected values to new line separated subject lines to match the new prompt contract? Yes. Agreed. Agreed with recommended. We've been really loosey-goosey, in the past when building this. And I think being very explicit about what we're looking for and why and what should actually be done, I think this is actually this is a good approach here, right? Because we're getting to the point where like we don't want to introduce weird like regressions. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Work stuff. All right, so yes, we're gonna do that. Should the commit selection scorer still tolerate bullet points around subject lines? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, bullets are fine. We'll just do that. Sure, good enough. Agreed. Agreed. I think being permissive about like new line versus comma separated is fine here, even if our fixtures show new line. I'd be okay with it. Yeah. And man, I'm almost feeling like I know it's early, but it might be beverage time. This is this is exhausting. This is more exhausting than coding. Shit. Is this what it's like to be in a fucking to be a product manager or project manager? I don't know, man. You're the engineer. Figure it out. But no, we don't want that. We want explicit. Ooh, forget bisect. Yeah, exactly, Jesta. Yeah. Nah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Codex's interview process was pretty light. Yeah, I would say for bisect, we're okay. Yeah, agreed with recommended. Yep. We've chewed up 50% of our session limit just doing this. Yeah, okay. So yeah, basically because of some of the stuff we said previously here, it's like going back through and like reevaluating some of the other tests, which I think is actually good. Like that's awesome. All right, so now for the follow-up proposal around single file conflict fixtures, what validation bar should we require before migrating them to resolved file blocks or semantic scorers? Yeah, agreed. Nah, that looks real good. Yep. For the current proposal, should we include a campaign rerun as an implementation task or only require local tests? Only local tests. I will do the campaign runs myself. Yeah, my H key is definitely failing. Well, shit. Yeah, all right. Create the proposals. Motherfucker. All right, so while that's going, I do have to use the restroom. Give me just a sec. I can blow my nose too. Just like, I think there's a lot of dust in the air or something. But yeah, let me go pee. I'll be right back. And we'll see about whiskey. Oh. Oh, man. There we go. All right, so yeah, this thing's still kicking. I'm going to rinse this out, and yeah, we're going to make, I'm going to grab some ice cubes. BRB. We'll just do the Crown Royal. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? So, yeah, that's kicking off. It's going to create the proposal. We're going to run out of our 5-hour context window. Oh my god. Why haven't people been calling their 5-hour session limit their 5-hour energy? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I'm running out of my 5-hour energy. Okay, music's still going. I don't have the headphones back in yet. All right. So, 3 open spec changes. Okay. So I guess here's the next thought. We know that GLM52 is a very capable model. However, I'm tempted to have GPT-5.5 do the implementation, which means we need to do a session reset, which I think is fine. I guess here's my main question. Longest task 115 hours. I don't think that's true. I don't know about that one. Our peak in one day was 99.9 million tokens. Over our lifetime, we've only used 942. What's everyone else's numbers for this look like? I'm curious. And keep in mind, like, this isn't my total usage of all AI. This is just Codex. And Codex is actually something I reach for only when I think we actually need, like, the smartest model. And we're doing X high, right? So, like, we burn through this stuff more than we probably should, but I do think the extra reasoning is worth it. Anyone else out here a Codex user, though? I want to see, right? What's your lifetime Codex usage? I'm sure you guys got me beat pretty handily. Anyone that uses Codex on, like, a regular basis. So here's something. Dude, structured output massively improves Opus's results. Like, massively. Dude, that's actually crazy. We're going to have to look at why the text fails so badly. But, dude. Yeah, so this is going to go into our analysis for sure. Like, oh, man. Some of this stuff is just unintuitive. Like, Opus getting a 91.2 once we turn on structured output is pretty crazy. Oh, and hold on. Let's read this. Oh, wow. Okay, so I was going to say, I've heard other conversations where people are like, yeah, if you can't learn to use AI, then maybe the position isn't for you. But you're doing the opposite. So yeah, your work has a no AI policy rule. You hired two devs. One is respecting the rule, and the other one is a good buddy of yours. You got him the job. You warned him about the no AI and decided he was going to try and bypass the rules as you're a one-person... what is SOC in this case? Security something? Yeah, what does SOC stand for? I just want to double check that. You came up with some rules to alert you when he uses an AI tool. It was pretty funny. Had a good talk on the drive home. He understands where you're coming from. You told him that if he can't work without AI, then maybe the position isn't for him. Yeah. Security Operations Center. Ah, got it. Okay. So you don't do cloud or AI as of now until you do local AI that you bought 50K worth of equipment for. Equipmonk. What models are you considering to run internally? I would assume GLM 5.2 is like way up on your list, right? And oh, this is the last song on this album. Let's get another one going. All right, so we just did some crunchy albums. That one gets a little like soft towards the end. Should we do some more like chill stuff? Should we meet in the middle? Should we switch it up to other things? What do y'all think music wise? It would require 8 H200s. Well, wait, what's the new one? Is it? I thought the B models were the big ones. I thought the Blackwell series was the more modern cards. Do I have that backwards? It's like I'm smoking weed or something. Let me look through my list and see if we got any other like good crunchy music. There's always Irving Force. Yeah, dude, Irving Force. Here it goes. Yeah, I do know that GLM 5.2 is a very large model. How much VRAM is needed for GLM 5.2? 384 gigs. Okay. Oh, never mind. This one says lower. Oh, it depends on your quantization. If you want full precision, got it. And do you think you're building that out for 50K? Oh, and it looks like the H series is the new one. Wait, what? Okay, so the new ones are the B series. All right. Yeah, higher memory bandwidth. Okay. So the H200s are ones that you could probably get cheaper at this point. Yeah. Don't dox anything you can't dox, for sure. Yeah. I'm not trying to exfiltrate any data from you. No, I'm just really curious, and I really didn't think it was that proprietary, but yeah, better safe than sorry. So the B200 reduces training time, but maybe you're not doing training. At which point, the H series is fine. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So yeah, H200 is probably still like a good purchase. Makes sense. I just was not aware. I always forget the difference. How many H200s would someone need? So, right, if you went 8 of them, yeah, compare costs. You show rental, but what about purchase? And dude, honestly, this is not insane. Dude, 16 H200s for about $48 to $96 a day? That's got to be per node. No, it's not per node. Dude, that's actually kind of cheap. I mean, it's not that cheap. Like at $96 a day, that is 300 like dude. That's 36 grand a year. That's not bad actually. That's not terrible. That's actually not bad. Damn. So how long do you think you'd be able to like keep that up for before it's like not worth it? And what do they say the purchase cost would be? Yeah. Dude, that's actually interesting. At 900K versus rental? Holy fuck, dude. It would take so damn long to make up for that cost. So via Sanctus, you guys are selling a stack for 750K? Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah. 2 fully equipped servers. There's more than just that. There's like, on-premise operating expenses, etc. But dude, that makes the rental situation way better. Wow. No, that's cool, Sanctus. Yeah, very cool. Right? So if you're renting GPUs, there's probably some kind of like guarantee you can get for like what they can read from your data and all that stuff. But even then, some companies just wouldn't want an external provider. So that becomes way trickier. You could most likely get by with this. But man, it's still like at those numbers, it's basically like 10 years before you hit break even. Do we think an H200 is going to be valuable in 10 years? Fuck no. So yeah, there are just some companies or some like industries that are forced to take a bad deal just because of like data security stuff. Where like, no, none of this leaves the network. I would hope that those companies charge enough for their services that it's not really that big a deal. But yeah, that is very interesting to me. Dude. Yeah, GPU rental is actually remarkably cheap. Huh. I don't think I was expecting it. That is remarkably cheap. Ooh, and this just finished. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, we should probably do a doctor, just in case. Doctor, give me the news. Yep. All right. So we did well there. Cool. We generated the report. Let's stop and restart this. And then will it blend? Aha. Okay. So if we did just text, Claude is stupider than Nemotron. So wait, Weza. I don't know if I've seen what Weza is. Oh, okay. I thought Weza was like a vendor. I thought it was like a company you were working with. So hold on. Yeah, thanks, Fallen. I've never heard of that before. Is this the thing that you used to surface your friend using AI when they shouldn't? Ah, okay. Dude, and the thing you're describing where like you hired a friend, you told them about the thing, and they just blatantly disobeyed it. That is actually one of my nightmares. It's why I'm really hesitant to recommend people for anything. Right? Because they're friends, so they're like, well, okay, he's probably just, I don't know, whatever, right? Like it's so easy to like kind of disregard something a friend says as not being as strict, Well, they say no AI, but I mean, come on. What does that really mean? It means no AI, dude. Like, come on, man. So yeah, open search and FileBeat. And OpenSearch is the open source version of Elastic, right? Is that the one Amazon put out? I think that's the Amazon one, yeah? What's exactly there, Cotter. Yeah, for sure. Dude, yeah, the shadow AI thing, man. Right? Again, it becomes the thing where it's like you can have as many systems and and security measures in place in your automated systems, the biggest fucking liability you have security-wise is the people at your organization and the shadow AI of that. It's actually pretty gnarly. Yeah, like, and I don't think this is anything that I wouldn't be allowed to say. Like, right? Like, it's a thing we're dealing with. We, at the company, we had to answer like a survey of like, what AI are you using? How are you using it? Like, what AI are you using outside of like the company provisioned tools and blah, 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 right? Me? A shitload. Like, dude, a shitload. I need to get screenshots in Gemini. I need to get screenshots of other things, right? Sometimes when I'm recording a video for work that needs like AI working in a thing, I might use OpenCode because it's a bit prettier. Like, you know, there's just like there's some reasons why you might prefer the output of some tool versus another. Luckily, the shit I'm doing, I'm not plugging any company data into that shit. It's all open stuff. You know, like I'm making public content categorically, right? Like that's the nature of my job. So it's really not, I don't think it's a problem. We'll find out. No one's contacted me since filling out that survey. But yes, I am definitely one of the shadow AI users at our company, but it's not like I plug any like proprietary information or data into that. No. But seriously, all I'm doing is like I might analyze like the GitLens code base. Right? Like, dude. Like it's all open source. I wouldn't run any of this shit on non-open source software. So at that point, I don't think it's a problem, but I guess, yeah, I don't know yet. I do still have a job so far. Just saying. But yeah, I do wonder if it might even be like that. Like, Chris, what? How do you know about all these tools? Right? Like, half of the devs at our company have never even heard of these things. Like, I don't know. Streaming. Gotcha. Yeah, I think just because of the fact that I like I go to meetups, I talk to people. I'm here online 5 days a week. All that stuff, right? Right? And yeah, exactly, Fallen, for sure. Had to whisper it. Yeah. I mean, if you do it right, like, dude, come on. Right? If your tone is correct, they know it's serious and not just like hey, buddy, kind of thing, right? But yeah, man, I really do think like I know devs are antisocial animals, right? Like we hosted a meetup and basically nobody wanted to go out and party after the meetup down at like the offices. What? Oh, it's a weekday. What? Like, come on. What? What? Oh. You meant whispering me. Oh. Got it. My bad. I misunderstood what you meant. I never see whispers. Whispers are a really bad way of getting in contact with me. Like, dude, I never look at this like thing in Twitch. Right? The only time I'm looking at like the Twitch interface is when I'm looking to go raid someone, and I'm not looking at my whispers at that point. So yeah, if you ever want to get in touch with me, Discord is the way to go. I almost never see whispers unless you tell me you sent me a whisper. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Like, I don't even think about private messages on Twitter. It doesn't even cross my mind. Yeah, like, nah. Because I don't even get notifications about that shit. Like, there's nothing on my phone that notifies me that I got a whisper. At all. Like, nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it's just, whispers are a really bad communication medium. On Twitch, specifically. And that's fine. Fallen. That's totally fine. Yeah. How about a nice game of chess? It's because you watch using VLC and then talk using URSI. Okay. I don't know what URSI is, but yeah, it's a thing, I guess. All right, let me get another Irving Force because I like the crunch. It's a terminal IRC. Oh, got it. Okay. That makes sense. All right, so I'm basically just like killing time because I want to let the benchmarks finish. The benchmarks did finish. And now we probably... It's probably worth it to reset our... Oh, wait, no. I wanted usage. We're going to do a reset. Use the reset. It's fine. It's worth it to me. Wait, how am I already at 99%? Where'd that 1% go, dude? I just started this thing. They're nickel and diming me, man. Shit. Yeah, the syntax pen's good. Yeah, this was a gift. Because I spoke at Oh, and hold on, Swiss tourist. What was that? No, so if you're like, whenever you have your shit going, they will sometimes just do a reset, like on the codex side of things, and instead of just resetting you automatically, they just give you a like a quota of resets that are available. So in the past, I want to say like 2 or 3 weeks, we have accrued 2 resets. We used one earlier this week. We just used the other. And I expect that we'll get some more over the next couple weeks. So it's not a big deal. I don't mind like using it up. It's one of those things where I wanted to hold on to it like a fucking like a potion in an RPG. Ooh, I don't want to use these potions yet because I might need them later. And then you hit endgame with an inventory full of potions you never used. I'm only on Pro, Swiss Tourist. I'm only on Pro. I'm only on the $20 here, dude. I'm not paying these fuckers $200 a month. Hell no. Hell no. No way. No, this is pro. I'm only on pro, dude. Fuck that shit. Like, dude. Oh, 20 is plus? Oh. Oh, pro in Claude World. Wait, what is pro? So is pro like the 10x or whatever? I would assume it's on pro. Why would they nickel and dime the pro users who pay them more? Why would they do that? Like, so yeah, I would assume pro gets that, because what the fuck? What would be the incentive to keep using pro if they're gonna fucking like give stuff to the fucking cheap asses instead? Like, that just sounds weird. So yeah, Swiss tourist, load up your codex and then do /usage. There should be a prompt in there somewhere saying like, oh, you got X amount of resets queued up or something. Maybe they just auto reset pro users. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea, Swiss tourist. Yeah. My bad. So yeah, I was thinking pro was like the $20 tier because that's what Claude calls it. So yeah, touche. Touche. And then hold on. The syntax pin. Yeah, because because I was one of the MCs of JS Nation last year, along with Coding Garden. To the other MCs, he gave like a collection of like pins. And yeah, this one's awesome. There was like an internet one that was really good. Like just in red, the word internet, you know? That one was nice. And yeah, they were kind of like limited. So yeah, pretty much only the MCs got one. But some other people were like, oh my God, can I get one? To CJ, and he's like, I'm out. So I know I gave at least one or two of the pins away to other speakers at JS Nation. I think Will Klein got the internet one. I can't remember though. Because I don't know. Yeah, like CJ's the man, and I want to represent syntax because thank you, CJ. Like, such a dude. But yeah, the others, why not? Like, why not share? From my shit. Like, not him. Like, no judgment on whatever decision he had to make. Like, I understand that shit's limited. It wasn't limited for me. Like, on the thing I had with like 10 pins on it. So, yeah. And yeah, dude, CJ, Scott, and Wes, like, dude, the syntax guys are so fucking cool. Yeah, they're really cool dudes. Right? Here's the big thing. Y'all should be going to more conferences. You'd get to talk to some of these people. You know? The night before JS Nation last year, I ended up at Five Guys, right? I didn't eat that shit, but I didn't mind hanging out. Scott Talinsky, Tanner Lindsley, Ryan Carniato. Also, hanging out, Will Klein was there. There were, I think, two other people kind of like chilling at the same table. And I just, dude, right? Me, Will, and couple other people got to be awesome flies on the wall for the conversation between Ryan Carniato and Tanner Lindsley. That shit was amazing, man. You can't put a price on that even. I mean, technically you can put a price on the tickets, hotel, whatever. But to me, like, wow. I don't know. I really like the small world nature of all this shit. It reminds me of like the snowboard world. It's bigger than the snowboard world, actually. It's yeah, like the snowboard world is a very, very small community. So yeah, I've hung out and partied with some like super pro snowboarders, at least at the time. But yes, it's a very similar thing though. And the best fucking part, all these people that are like big time in the tech world, they're not big time anywhere else. So like they're still like reasonable human beings. They're not like full on celebrities that get recognized at the grocery store and shit. So it means that they're like really like humble and fun to talk to still. So yeah, I really like the small world aspect of tech. And the fact that I got to experience that in like the snowboard world too. Yeah. It's crazy how much like snowboarding prepared me for dev in various ways. But okay, so we just reset this shit. Let's get let's get the open spec shit going. And then yeah, hold on. Let me read your comment there, Swiss Tourist. Okay, so it's not that old of a change feature. Checking it out, the announcement was June 12th. Yeah, I figured it's only been a couple weeks. Yep. But yeah, bankable, hopefully non-expirable quota resets. There's probably a max though. Right? So again, it's like one of those things where like if you've got a maximum of 3 you can ever hold on to, by holding on to 3, you're missing out on others, and you should just use them when you need to. Ooh, whoa. Swiss tourist, right there, you're really fucking up. You should never have a session going that long. Nah, dude, you're getting so much fucking context rot. You should never have a session going that long. I very, very firmly believe that. And I wonder if that's maybe why I've had better results from a lot of these things, because I am very, very strict about resetting my sessions. You know? Yeah, I don't know about that, Swiss tourist. I disagree. I disagree. My guess is there's a bunch of compaction happening, and the problem with compaction is it's not deterministic, and you don't get to review what gets kept and what doesn't. Right? So instead, you're better off doing a better like handoff process and reviewing the things that get handed off, because letting compaction do that is not great. I understand. I still think you're fucking up. Now, if you're really good about doing sub agents, then maybe it's okay. Yeah, no, and I understand that, Swiss. I'm not trying to like roast you or anything. I just still think even for those like long tasks, 0 sub agents when in auto mode. Yeah, ooh, I don't know about that, man. Again, if you got a workflow you like, sure, but I would still try other stuff instead of just falling back on the same old, personally. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's code or not, right? Like, context is context, right? Context rot is context rot. Yeah, I still think you'd be better off doing like handoffs because then you have documentation that you can reference later. And maybe you are creating documentation for that, but I don't know. So far, you haven't described that part yet, so I don't know. But yeah, I would really really start thinking about like the handoffs between sessions or at least between compactions, etc. So this is cool, right? Like, man, if we do both, we can see that Opus nails it when we get to the JSON part of things. It fucking blows it on the text output part of things, which is weird, man. So yeah, people who use Claude on a regular basis, you should be trying to like work in structured output into your skills and the things that you're building because you'll get better consistent results, I think. That's cool. All right, so at the bare minimum, let me commit this and ship it up. Oh, and hold on, hold on. And again, Swiss tourist, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Like, I get it. Average 30% context loaded post compact with auto realign checks enforced before work resumes, aka all the core context gets forcefully realigned post compact, where agent gets denied continued work. I guess, how do you know it's after the compaction? How do you know you didn't lose something? Like, it seems like that step needs to happen before, not after. Okay, so you are at least creating some kind of artifact outside of the session. And the ledger is that thing. How is the ledger different from the already bloated context? Right, I get that, Swiss tourist, but the ledger ends up growing beyond the context window because the context window needed to be compacted anyway, right? So how are you reading the ledger and still like not filling up your context? So the task list is the plan, ledger is the real time. I get that. But how do you validate the compacted context against the ledger, because to read the ledger is greater than context, right? Like if the entire point is that the stuff you're doing needed to be compacted, that by definition means the ledger is greater than context, right? Unless you're going through like again, I just feel like it would have to be like multiple sessions or subagents or something that would read the ledger and validate the compacted context. Yeah, I don't know. Something about that seems inherently flawed to me. Skills in MCP are such a small part of context. Again, like, just simply, if the ledger, if you needed to compact, the ledger is already close to or greater than the context window. How are you parsing the ledger within the context window if it's already bigger than the context window? Right? Don't you understand what I'm getting at here? The ledger is already bigger than context. Yeah, I guess I'm just not getting it. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Yeah, only way I could see this working is if you're doing like multi-session or like sub-agent analysis, right? So that sub-agents take a chunk of the ledger and validate it against context. That's the only way I could imagine that working, but you already said 0 sub-agents, right? Seems to me like you need to start looking at like sub-agents for doing the ledger validation and compaction validation. But I don't know. Not sure. Give me a second. I'm going to go get some more ice cubes, though. All right. So let's do another one of these. And yeah, no worries there, Swiss tourist. Sorry, man. Like, we're not trying to make you type a novel. Like, my bad. It can just be as simple as maybe we just don't get it, and that's okay. I am curious about the process. And I would say, honestly, like, is this a documented process or anything? Because it does sound like an interesting blog post. Hacker news post, like something, man. It sounds cool. I'm gonna eat a few of these shrimp chips. But okay, so yeah, what I wanted to do, we want to commit this. Sure, run GPT 5.5 and Opus 4.8. Uh, we'll just do an amend. So we haven't even pushed yet. All right, so we push that up. Let me just pull it down for work. Okay, so we got that pushed up. This song is trying to put us to sleep, though. Let's get something else going. Something a little more upbeat. Okay, so now we want to kick off this. We want... Oh, shit. Align fixture scoring contract. That's the first step. Hold on. Let me see if I can show this. Dude, YouTube's like studio UI for like live streaming is so fucking bad. it just got worse than I thought it was too. Let me figure out a way to show this real quick. It's so bad, dude. How does a company as big as Google suck so bad at something like this? There you go. Like, dude. Something went wrong. Something went wrong. I haven't been able to see my fucking chat in like the YouTube studio interface for weeks. And now, finally, when I clicked over to viewer activity to see how many people might be lurking or whatever. All right, at least analytics can show us 3. All right, stream settings, analytics, viewer activity. I don't know, man. Figure it out yourself. that's what YouTube's saying. It's just so funny. Like, how much is their stock worth? Is it worth shorting? This is not financial advice. Like, dude, it's just like, how hard are their interviews and how bad is their engineering? Like, these things are not aligned. Like, why do they have one of the hardest interviews in the business? And why is something like this fucking happening? Like, there is a clear disconnect there. Hold on. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to screenshot it. I'm going to screenshot it. Because, dude, Google doesn't get a pass. Oh, it could be a Windows issue, actually. Which I think a lot of people would say probably lines up, right? Because my Windows snipping tool is broken now, too. Dude. All right. You know what? I think it's like half Google, half Windows at this point. And I don't think anybody here is surprised. Not even by a half. I can't even take a screenshot. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, both Windows and Google Chrome are like, oh, you don't want to update? We'll just start breaking stuff. Oh, it'd be a shame if the things you wanted to work just stopped working, huh? How about you reboot? Install them updates. What do you think? Right? Windows and Chrome are basically the mafia. It'd be a shame if the stuff you were looking to have work just stopped working, huh? Man, wouldn't that be a shame? All right, so we're not going to waste any of the codecs for that stuff. Hold on, I should also do this. All right. All right. So as far as what we want for this Masijo stuff. All right. So what we ended up doing here. Incoming wall of text. Swiss walls of text. It auto compacts. Yeah. I don't trust the auto compact. It does a normal resume post compact, and so has compact resume. Has the agents reforced as per harness process, aka the codex harness. All OEM, nothing special, but in that agents, it is specified a specified process for post compact, which codex must follow. Must is doing a lot of work in that sentence. With first task is to read file, usually set to task list. In the background, a guard system is checking for that access to keep track of reads. It does not take any immediate action. So that's your first thing. If you tried posting another, it didn't make it because it may be too long. Oh, there's number 2. Think of all the guard systems as observers that can take actions, but mainly they observe and keep score of context health. For example, all SSH calls are fully audited, logged. So there is a guard that can revoke block codex's SSH key/access. Okay, more advanced than that, but TLDR. So if guard detects auto compact and then does not see next read expected file, that will score negatively, but not block. But if agent follows process, it will then read the lean task list, right? Easy, fits in context, very compact. Okay. And Swiss, like, I would assume you got like a third thing. Yep, you got a third. All right. And then, as per the agent's instructions, it does not trust auto-compact summaries, but will consider them as indicators to review, and so then it will tail the ledger for the most recent entry and compare that to the compact summary. And if not aligned, it will call tool as per agent's process that takes .codex session logs. Session logging. Got it. Okay. And then finds the last ledger entry point and then gives raw output back, like over time. Auto-compacting, got it. And so it will use the missing part. Okay, so this is a really robust system, right? I feel like that last bit is like a bunch of like detail that I don't think I need, right? I think I get what you're saying, and that makes sense. Do you, like, is this something that you came up with yourself? And if so, is it open source? Do you have a repo around this process? Because I think you're really onto something there. Like, I think there's a lot of value to what you're doing. So this is yours, and you've been doing it since March. All right. And I just want to make sure the yes was like, yes, you made this. Cool. So then, okay, so not yet. You haven't done any publication. It's not a GitHub repo. It's not a skill. It's not anything that someone else could do. Dude, you should at least do a blog post about this. I think this could even be like a plugin or something. Yeah, so I get that, Swiss Tourist. Like, this seems like some really cool thought leadership, dude. You should do a blog post. Yeah, a lot of bash and MD files. But, dude, that sounds fucking awesome, man. Just, I would say it's worth a blog post, not necessarily like an open source repo of all this shit, because the moment you make it like a repo, like, oh, it didn't work for my use case. Here's an issue. Nah, here's a PR. Right? We're instead like, well, here's what I do. Here's how y'all could do it. Here's a couple snippets, but I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm not trying to like do it for you. Build something that applies to your process, sure. I do think if you're interested in open source, like, there is definitely something you could build there. And you could end up like doing some like thought leadership kind of shit, man. Why not? I think there's a lot of value to what you kind of described right there. Which is why I was so incredulous, because I was expecting something simpler. So yeah, it seems to me like what you've got is definitely something worth at least like presenting to the world as a way of doing things, not like the way of doing things. And other people would benefit from just a conversation around it, you know? Like bookmark syncing between Brave and Firefox. So it's definitely not keep it simple. And I understand that. But that's why, like, I think a blog post would be really good. And I don't know if you have a blog or not. Shit, dude. A Hacker News post or a Reddit post would be really good. Like, I don't know, man. I think you got a lot to share about, like, the learning and the process that you have around that. Because I think there's a lot more people out there in the world, especially me, that can't wrap their head around a system that robust to protect context. Me, I just start new sessions, caveman style. Ooh, ooh. Right? Like, yeah, totally, man. Me prompt for code, me reset session. Ooh. Right? Like, dude. So yeah, you just made me feel like a Neanderthal. Not even Homo erectus. Fucking full on Neanderthal. Yeah, I get it, Swiss tourist, but dude, if you can't spare any time to do something like a blog post, I think that's a problem. That's going to lead to burnout for sure. All right, something as simple as a blog post, dude. If you don't have time for that ever, like I don't know, man. That's fine, dude. I think you got a lot to share, and you should. If you're selfish, I get it. I'm kidding, by the way. Take it easy. I'm being a little harsher with my words there. Some people have shellfish allergies. I have a selfish allergy. Yeah, exactly, Haxor. Well, it's selfish with one L. I guess, well, I mean, a door to door selfish allergy as well. If only you had used C as your language, Swiss tourist, it could be something like Swiss sells sea shells down near, I don't know, this is now getting weird, but down near the C store. You should use C just to make that joke better. Right? Just to make that joke true. All right, last one of these. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I will probably be taking the train just to Bellevue. It's like, dude, it's like 3 stops away. It's actually really close. Oh, point agreed, blah, blah. My comment about burnout. Known that well, but here it's that you're in startup mode, giving it 110%, not just 100%. All right, so now you're like really like jumping back in. And I think, dude, most people have not really given AI as deep of a run as like the past 6 months, right? Like, don't feel bad about that. Like, that's something I've heard numerous people say, like, yeah, like this shit wasn't even good until like November of last year. Not for coding. I've got some limited stuff that we did that I was like really pumped on before then. But man, it really does feel like November of last year, like these models really hit like a milestone. Anyone else feel that? Like when does everyone else feel like these models actually got good? Right? Not just like but good, you know? I'm really curious about that. To me, I didn't even really notice it getting good until like January, but it was probably good like a month or two before that. But even some of the stuff we did like a year ago, it still kind of sucked. We were able to do some stuff, right? Like the npm extension I got, where we go to npm JS, we go to a package like, I don't know, view, right? We go look at it, we do the versions tab, and we get this thing to load in, or I thought we get this thing to load in. I think we have to refresh. Yeah, so there's a bug. But yeah, like boom, right there. Version usage stats. Nailed it, right? Like this thing we vibe coded the fuck out of. For a reason, right? For very specific reasons. We were trying to target, well, okay, if we're building a package that we want to use in Vue, what versions do we have to target? Kind of thing. Is it perfect? No. Because damn it, like why'd we have to refresh? Why didn't it just lazy load? So there's some shit we could fix about that. We could clank it. We could prompt it. It's not even worth tokens at this point because it's just a thing for me. I don't even think they accepted it. I don't even know if we submitted this as an extension. Did we? Now I don't remember if we did or not. Oh, no, not that's it. We did submit it. It's just version 0.0, and there's only 5 users. Wait, there's 5 users? Huh. Wait, what? Okay. Which 4 of y'all out there right now are using it? Right? I bet 2 of these are actually me. Okay, so real quick, a month and then you switched to Codex and haven't looked back. Oh wait, yeah. It did take, you would say, 1 to 2 months to get from playground to real productive work, but now it's chugging along. Sure. You're not really the public publishing type. Yeah. But hold on, aren't you doing the startup thing? Yeah, publishing content like that is an amazing way to bring attention to your startup, right? The whole build in public thing, dude. Right? If anything, you do a personal blog post about it and you like backlink to the service that you're building as just a quick aside. Like, and in the process of building my startup, blah, 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 I made this tool. Right? And then you got backlinks and it's fucking just SEO magic. Seriously, everyone out there doing any kind of startup thing, you need to be blogging and tweeting and making YouTube videos and all sorts of shit about the process around all of this shit. Because it's just free marketing, right? It's just easy SEO, easy AEO as well, right? Every single thing you do that is novel should be posted somewhere, especially because you can mention your product and link to your product from it. Google loves that shit. As long as it's organic and you're not fucking like stuffing, you know? So yeah, anyway, you know, I like to rant. I like to talk shit. It's in my nature. But yeah, no worries, Swiss tourist. I like encouraging people to do what they do in public, right? So yeah, hold on. So Hexor chimed in. They really didn't use AI much, but they used it a ton for coding and questions for for at least 3 or 4 months. Yeah, exactly. I was skeptical of all this shit for a long time. I still like had to use it, had to learn about it, had to try it out, all that shit. You're here for the rants? Not all of them, I'm sure, but the good ones are good. The bad ones are bad. That's nature. That's life. Ooh, yeah. RDD, rant driven development. I'd like to say that's a me thing. That's like totally like patent pending, but I think Theo does the same thing. Right? The Griffin ASMR. Oh, you're talking about like when we get late, when I've been going for way too long and I don't feel like leaving yet, and I bring the microphone way down, and I start whispering sweet nothings. Yeah, I get it. I get it. God, I really do need to get this looked at. Yeah, this is full on. Like, dude, this has got to be psoriasis. I don't think it's eczema. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. But okay, so our next step for this one, it looks like GitBench might be at a good stopping point to reevaluate. We're going to pop out pi for this one. Oh, not in that window. Okay, no, that's fine. Ooh, there's OPSX start. I like the explore first, actually. We should try OPSX start here at some point. Yeah, we don't need to archive anything, though. All right, so our next step is we got to check that out. Man, I gotta pee actually. Oof, yeah, we got a lot to look at there, and yeah, we got time. Give me a sec. Let me go pee. Okay. And yeah, Hacksaw, it gets real sensual. Okay, so you're never allowed to use that word to describe me talking to chat ever again. Gross. Like, how dare you? It's like Brooklyn Nine-Nine when Boyle says the word moist. Ew. Right? Ew. Gross. Right, another handful of shrimp chips, though. Dude, if I could get a sponsorship from Calbee, whoo, that would be the dream. Oh, that would be the dream. You ever had the knockoff shrimp chips that look just like this, but taste way worse? Like they're like extra greasy and shit? Dude, nobody does it like Calbee. I got the seaweed flavor too. The seaweed flavor is amazing. Hey, what's up, Jably Magic? How you doing? You gonna be at CYC again this year? I don't think we got to chat much last year, but yeah. I think you were in the karaoke room that other people were like, "Oh, they're not very welcoming in there." I don't think that was you. I think it was other people. Chilling though, trying not to melt. Ooh, we just dealt with that here in Washington. It is now 75 degrees in this room. It's like 60 something outside. It's perfect. But yesterday and the day before, we were like in the 90s in this room and it was like 88 outside, which is melting territory here in Washington for sure. Not sure where you're at. And you don't have to say. Hoping so, bought a ticket, trying to get enough money for the plane and hotel to make sense, etc. Yeah. I mean, I feel like you know enough people from like 100 devs, etc., where like, I don't know, like a group hotel room would be worth it. Yeah, I got a talk accepted. I'm stoked. Which means Get Kraken's going to be covering the flight and hotel room. Yeah. I'm not sure I would have made it otherwise. You just got to get yourself a DevRel job, right? Then you can go to conferences for free. And then Haxor is asking on YouTube, where is it? Commit Your Code conference is in Dallas. It's a $40 ticket too, right? So the ticket's so cheap, you might as well buy one, right? The plane prices, and you're in SoCal. Ooh. Yeah, there's no high-speed rail there. Like, between those things. There might be some people you could road trip with. That could be kind of fun. All right, see how many other people in SoCal are there? Like, you know, maybe road trip time. Could be fun. Oh, no, I don't know. Just floating ideas. No big deal. But yeah, Roxy had the right idea, for sure. Oh, God, no more snacks. Well, it's not going to be at, yeah, thinking ahead of time. It's not going to be at the snack place, right? It's going to be at Capital One this time. So there may be less snacks, you know? Right, it's not going to be at Yum Brands this time. And yeah, a beanie is a thinking hat. That's what they're for. But okay, so we fixed a bunch of stuff. Let's do at least like a little bit of a git diff. And yeah, Hackstore, it is crazy cheap. Yeah, because Danny Thompson's that much of a dude. Like, he specifically wanted to do the conference as cheap as possible, and all of the proceeds, any profit they generate, like, the goal is to probably break even, but any profit they generate goes to charity. And their full financials are always, like, available, right? Like, fully open. So yeah, Hackstore, just saying, like, dude, Danny does a good job, and it's a really nice conference, and it's just such a good, like, vibe and group of people to be around, you know? So yeah, if anyone is thinking about heading to Texas during, what is it, September, I think? Yeah, September 3rd and 4th. Capital One campus in Plano. And yeah, Ghibli, yeah, wild that it's cheaper to go to CYC than basically any local conference in SoCal just because of the ticket prices. Yeah, exactly. I think my favorite part about this whole thing is like, you know, there's this like photo of everyone hanging out. Like, I can spot Leon. Like, it's small, and I can spot Leon immediately. I can spot some goofy bastard with a goofy smile and a beanie on really easily. You know, like some people in this photo are really recognizable. Wait, is that you right there, Ghibli? I feel like you have glasses. That is you, right? Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's Rufio. Where's everyone else? Yeah, there's a bunch of awesome people in this photo. Yeah, yeah, there's Leah. Like, dude, oh yeah, oh god, what's her name? I know Tracy. I always forget her name though. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, she's awesome. Yeah, dude, just such a good crowd. Ah, yeah. There's Danny. Yep, there's Andrew. Yeah. Jessica Sachs. That's it. Jess, I think, is what she goes by. Yeah. Oh, there's Nick. Like, dude, this is such a good vibe. So many awesome people. This is such a good dude. I can spot so many cool people. Yeah. Oh, dude, there's Speedy. There's Alex. Yeah. Such a vibe. I think this was taken at the this was the after party. Yeah. This was the place that had like the football thing or whatever. Yeah, high school yearbook. Yep. Yeah, it's good shit, man. It's good shit. Fowlers? Is that the name of the place? Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna remember some venue. Hell no. Hell no. But no, it's the place that had like the football, like cornhole or whatever, right? And God, I wish I had a good shoulder still. I used to throw a fucking perfect spiral with like really pinpoint accuracy. I was good when I was young. And then everyone else got growth spurts and I didn't. Yeah. I was always the short kid in class. That doesn't work for a quarterback. Just ask Russell Wilson. No, I nerfed myself because of snowboarding. Like, I totally nerfed myself. Yeah, I'm still heavily of the opinion that when they got close to getting that Super Bowl, it wasn't Russell Wilson that did it. Nah. It was the rest of the team. It was Marshawn Lynch. It was the receivers. It was the defense. Everything else got them that far. Russell Wilson was just in the right place at the right time. All right. I should pace myself on the whiskey. It is about time where we should start figuring out where we leave off. Yeah, I'm going to commit this. We're going to call that good. Oh, nope. Not what I wanted. What's even in my agents file? Ah, yeah. All right, so we committed that. I think we're good there. The next one we wanted to do... Hold on. Here's what I want to do instead. Do an adversarial review of the most recent commit against the... And hold on. Okay, so I want to let this clank along. I don't want to, like, leave it immediately, though. So give me just a second while I go put on a proper pair of pants. Not these, house pants. They're, like, just thin. They're, like, jogging pants or something. I don't jog, right? So they're just pants you wear in the house kind of thing. But yeah, I got an event to go to here in a bit. But I do want to get this to a point where, like, okay, what can we evaluate about it? So give me a second. I'll be right back. Alrighty. And I'm back. Party while I'm gone. I mean, I wasn't gone that long. But hold up, hold on. Whose emote is that swaying tree? That one's awesome. Is it one of yours? Oh, booyah. Oh, that's a person. Oh, okay. I thought you were just saying booyah. Yeah, I don't know. You need to stream more to earn the right to emoji slots? I don't think it's that hard. I think you got it. And wait, so hold on. You're in SoCal. Does that mean like you're near or like close enough to my? Because yeah, that might be someone to hit up for the carpool thing, if it makes sense. Probably cheaper than flying. Oh, okay, okay. So it's not like incredibly close. Basta, definitely not. Nah, I'm good. I'm still pretty like I like being a human in the loop. I enjoy that more. And I feel like I get good results by doing so without like breaking the bank, you know? But yeah, all right. So yeah, that makes sense. I feel like there's plenty of people you could hit up. Aha. Yeah, yeah, 12 versus 20. Texas is a big state, for sure. Oh, we told it to do the wrong thing. Damn it. Nah, we did the wrong proposal. That's why it found stuff. Yeah, we told it to evaluate the wrong proposal. And then hold on, let's double check this. Agreed on that point. Since agents can create more output so much faster than humans, you need to have the human factor in that human really can only focus on one thing at a time. So having, a bunch of agents running means you don't need to review yet what they are doing, but you know the point when you come to review, you need to take the time. If you don't, you just stack and then you're lost in shit. Yeah, exactly. I do feel like the flight from SoCal to Dallas is probably only a couple hundo, which is still like, I get it. I just think about like when I fly from like here to SF, like Seattle to SF, it's so fucking cheap to fly. But then the hotel room cost in SF completely negates that. Whatever value I might have saved on how cheap the flight is, the hotels fully compensate for that. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, here at the Seattle airport, it's basically a wash between like an Uber to the airport and back versus just parking. It's like 180 for like up to 7 days of parking or something like that. Like 5 to 7 days, 180. Fuck it. And the Ubers are easily like 80 or 90 themselves. So then just being like in my own car is kind of worth it. Yeah, exactly. Checking to see if it's worth taking a drive versus transit. Dude, transit, I wouldn't get there until fucking 6:30. Meanwhile, if I left now, I'd save 20 minutes. I think the 20 minutes is worth it. For sure. It's a short drive, actually. Like, it would take me 15 minutes to walk to the train. Yeah, I wouldn't get there till like 7. Yeah, it's worth a drive. It's fine. Wait, really small night? This all sounds really bullshitty to me. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. There's no way the model's that fucking good. I'm sorry. If it was, the companies making the model would have perfect software. They don't. Like, they really, really don't. It's all fucking marketing, and I think the reason, I could be wrong, is that they're actually extremely limited on compute. Yeah, they fear maxed in their marketing and all that bullshit. So maybe the government's believing them. But still, I almost think like it's a marketing ploy just simply because they don't actually have the compute to handle the amount of like demand they have, right? Like the bigger the models get, the more compute it requires out of their data centers. And they're already like maxed out, you know? I think it's purely a fucking smoke and mirrors like marketing thing. I think it's really they don't have the capacity for a full general release. I feel like that's how Fable works too. Or especially like Mythos. Like they're all at capacity already, man. Oof. All right, well, I don't necessarily want to kick this off and fix things to this degree just yet. Oh, yeah. All right, so I think this is a good leaving off point. Let's go raid someone. I'm not sure I'll be back here in enough time to do a gaming stream tonight. But we'll see. We'll see. Unlikely. But tomorrow, I only got one meeting tomorrow, too. So tomorrow we could probably do like an early start kind of thing as well. Like after 10 a.m., I'm open. I am wide open. I do need to put some time into some other shit. Like I do need to put some time into like the marketing bullshit. You know, the PDF file that we want to send out, the marketing email that accompanies that, the blog post I got to do. Like there's a lot of bullshit to do. But I can always do that on Sunday as well while the modules are being like run. Because I do have the open router key for GitKraken now. So I think we're at a good spot. Yeah, let's go find someone to raid. Who's streaming right now? Anyone got a recommendation? I'm just looking at my following. Oh, is Bash Bunny getting going? Oh, yeah, perfect. I think she's just now starting. She's a minute in. This is perfect timing. Let's go do that. Yeah, perfect. I haven't had a chance to raid Bash Bunny in ages. So that's perfect. Okay, cool. So we're going to go raid Bash Bunny. And yeah, hope you all had a good day here. Tomorrow, I think we can start somewhat early again and keep, kicking on this stuff. Saturday is my birthday. Tomorrow, I'm thinking maybe we go late enough to hit into my birthday, right? Like, like turning 21 vibes, except I'm turning 42, so it's just double 21, obviously. No big deal. So yeah, tomorrow and Saturday, birthday stream. Should be fun. Should be fun. And yeah, dude, GLM53. Yeah, let's get some of that. So yep, let's go say hi to Bash Bunny, and we will be back tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. So thank you all for hanging out. Our timer is ticking. Let me bid farewell to the Twitter and the YouTube first. Later Twitter, later YouTube. Thank you all for chilling.